camera. This is the microphone. And
Okay, I think.
do you want me to share your presentation?
Just a little introduction, and then I can start.
Do you know how to do it? To share
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So good morning everyone, and welcome to this session, the Geo4Agr 2023 section. In this section, we collected contributions about the use of geomatics techniques in agriculture, in forestry, and more in general in environment analysis and modeling. So we have 5 presentations today. The first 2 are in presence, and then the third, the fourth, and the fifth are from virtual. So we can start with the first presentation. It's intra-network analysis based on the comparison between the graph theory approach and Pathwalker. So please, Dr. Giovanni Lumia, the floor is yours.
Screen?
Not the screen. Is this yours?
No.
Is this yours?
Yeah, the first one. Okay, thank you.
Let me fix it for you. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Giovanni Lumia from Mediterranean University of Reggio Calabria, southern part of Italy. My work is about ecological networks. So the title intra-network analysis based on comparison between the graph theory approach and Pathwalker. So as we all know, the ecological matter and the biodiversity issue is getting more and more in interest in the scientific debate. And in this context, ecological network have no less importance. That's the reason why we decided to analyze the ecological networks. To define an ecological networks, we have essentially 3 different elements that are core areas. Patches is essentially where the animal live. Corridors, that is the connection between 2 different patches. And stepping stones or stepover sites that basically are ways of connection like corridors, but are not continuous. Also, Europe decided to take a stand on this problem with Natura 2000 project that aims to build ecological connection of networks in the world, in a lot of states of Europe. In particular, sites protected by law, like birds directives, SIC, and ZSG sites. So there is several ways to create, to implement an ecological networks in the scientific debate, but we choose to start with the graph theory that is one of the most used. This basically works as a graph where the element of the network that are the pages and the corridors are assumed as nodes and links between the nodes. Graph theory use also connectivity indices in its elaboration to show different aspects of the network. Like, for example, between a centrality indicate the importance of every single element. PC indicate the probability of 2 points inside the network to be connected, and so on, several metrics. Graph theory works also with resistance. In particular, GraphHub works with resistance surface. So every pixel in the metrics that represent the landscape have a value of resistance, and the animal, the hypothetical animal moving in the landscape, move through the shorter way, considering the resistance. As for GraphHub, other software like Pathwalker use the concept of energy for the animal to move inside the network. So when the cap of energy is reached for an animal moving in the landscape, so when the accumulated resistance equals the energy, the movement stop. But Pathwalker use also other strategies that are, for example, mortality risk or attraction, and more different strategies compared to GraphHub. So that's the reason why I decided to use both of them for our analysis. So basically, our goal was to first build an ecological network using both GraphHub and Pathwalker, based on some base data that we are going to talk about later, and compare these two different scenarios to highlight interesting aspects. So we started with the creation of the base map that is made with a merge of two different data sets, Corinne Land Cover and Urban Atlas data, that both are from Copernicus project. And so we obtain a legend, a unique legend. We decided to combine these two different layers because essentially we decided to capture the most accurate part of Corinne Land Cover, that is the nature part, and the most accurate part of the infrastructure artificial sites, that is Urban Atlas. We also added in the elaboration to create her base map the DTM and the slope values. And of course, we decided to also investigate in the literature the information about the animals moving in the landscape. So basically, the most important thing are home range, that is the minimum size of the patch that the animal needs to have access to resources. Dispersal distance, that is the maximum distance an animal can cross to move from one patch to another. And the permeability, that is basically the resistance surface that we already talked in the first part. So we moved on the GraphHub elaboration, that is about the input in the software of several parameters that are essentially, as we can see on the left image, in this list of codes and costs. For each code of land use, we assigned a cost of resistance. So higher cost means barrier to movement, or lower cost indicates suitable sites. We also set maximum distance threshold and the minimum patch size. We also calculate connectivity metrics, like in particular the three that we already discussed before, integral in IIC, BC, and PC. And we decide to classify in four different scale of reliability. Every one of these three index. We have, just for example, here the IIC, where the red color highlights high degree of the index, and the green shade of color indicates the lower degrees. Moving on, Pathwalker elaboration, we also needed to set different parameters in the operation. We started with one that is one of the most important, the mechanism. We have 7 different mechanisms. We decide to choose the 7th one. We have essentially 3, in this mechanism, we have 3 parameters that are risk, energy, and attraction. The energy is the one we already discussed, about the energy of that an animal have to move in the landscape. The attraction is based on a probabilistic choice that the animal have to do moving, for example, from a starting pixel, it chooses the best path considering the pixel surrounded central pixel, and it moved in this direction. And mortality risk is it's similar to attraction, but the difference is that an animal the animal movement in the landscape is also led by attraction, but may in a probabilistic way. So as much resistance is accumulated, the animal movement can suddenly be interrupted in any moment. The correlation value is a value that indicates the probability of an animal moving in the landscape to change direction in a way that it's not a must to be the shorter way, but it may choose also different ways. This is because in nature, the animals not always choose the best path. So lower value of correlation indicate lower probability of an animal to change way. Higher values indicate that the animal change easier its path. The energy values, we already discussed about it. The resistance surface, that is basically the raster data with the cost value assigned for each pixel. And the source points, that is the points where you assume that the animal movement may start. So we moved to the correlation analysis between the two elaboration, GraphUp and PathWalker. And we decide to, in particular, use Pearson correlation coefficient using R software. And we compared for each of the three indices, each of the four reliability levels. So here we have the results, basically the GraphUp map with the patches and the different indices classified in the four reliability level. And as we can see, the correlation analysis showed that the most correlation between GraphUp and PathWalker were found between the fourth level, so the higher degree of consistency in the indices, while the lower correlation values were found in general in the first or the second level. This is because, as we can see, the pages, there is a higher number of pages with higher values of indices in the east part of our study area. This is basically a mountainous area, in part touched by a national park of southern Italy, and the sides of the patches is also wider, while the sides of the patches and the indices values decrease on the west, where there is more infrastructure, and so the fragmentation is basically higher. The reason why this happened is because we decided to use the attraction and risk mechanism, that this seems to have more influence on wider elements, on shorter elements, because mechanism as risk, for example, an animal choosing the wrong path may easily happen in a small patch instead of a wider patch, where if the animal chooses the wrong path, it's still in a suitable environment. Also, the correlation value that we set to 0.25 had a role in this mechanism. So the animal changing the path, as we said, in a small patches, have more chance to be in a hostile environment. In conclusion, we can say that we confirm that the analyzing of ecological network, considering more variables, may affect the representation, the prediction of our work. So in the future, we hope to have more geometrically precise data, and also a higher role is played by the different degrees of suitability that we have in the landscape. The ideal scenario would be to have an habitat map so that we can modulate the prediction in the best way as we can. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Giovanni. I don't know if there is any feedback from the audience, also from people that are not here. I think no. Okay, we can move to the second presentation. The title is An Unpiloted Aerial System, Light Detection and Ranging Based Approach to Detect Forest Structure Parameters in Old-Growth Beech Forests, Preliminary Results. So just a moment, I share my screen. So good morning, I'm Salvatore Pratico from Mediterranea University of Reggio Calabria, and I'm here to present these first results of still ongoing research made with the colleagues and friends Dr. Francesco Solano and Professor Gianluca Piovesan from University of Tuscia and Professor Giuseppe Modica from the University of Messina. So in the last decades, global changes have triggered phenomena of biodiversity loss, and these phenomena are only partly balanced by the role played by forests. So the study of the structural attributes of natural forest stands in order to understand their natural dynamics has now become of great importance for management and conservation perspectives. But what is the forest structures? Forest structures is the result from the interaction between different ecological factors that affect regeneration, establishment, competition, and mortality dynamics of forests. So a small-scale natural disturbance, like, for example, the opening of a single tree-fall gaps, often drive these dynamics and influence the forest structure, leading to high biodiversity. Understanding the different forest structure parameters, like the distribution and the shape of the gaps, the distribution of the canopy cover, and the canopy height vertical variation, is a crucial step to acquiring information about natural forest dynamics. But acquiring data about forest structures parameters with the classical approach, I mean terrestrial field surveys campaign, is a time-consuming activity and is not economically suitable for large area. So in the last decades, remote sensing techniques, especially those techniques related to the use of very high resolution data and LiDAR data, have been shown to be able to achieve good results with high accuracy level. Moreover, remote sensing techniques also allow the analysis of changes based on time series data. So the main aim of this research that I repeat is a still ongoing research is to test the feasibility of using UAV-based LiDAR surveys in detecting forest structures parameters in natural and undisturbed forests. The study area is the old-growth beech forest of Valcervara. It's located in Abruzzo, in Italy, in Abruzzo region, and it falls inside the boundary of a national park, the Abruzzo, Lazio and Molise National Park. It has an extension of about 24 hectares, and the altitude ranges between the 1,500 to 1,900 meters above sea level. This forest is an even-aged structure with ancient individual trees that are dated up to 600 years of age. The forest was included in the UNESCO World Natural Heritage of several sites called Ancient and Primeval Beech Forests of the Carpathians and other regions of Europe. Inside this forest inside this old-growth beech forest of Valcervara, we selected two different test plots. One that was undisturbed, and one that was disturbed by an avalanche up to 50 to 60 years ago, more or less. So in this slide, there is the proposed method that can be synthesized in three different steps. The first one is the UAV survey and the data preprocessing. And during this step, we acquired the data about the study site. We plan the UAV flight. Of course, we made the UAV flight, and we obtained the LiDAR-based point cloud. In the second step, the data processing step, we use different software to obtain the digital terrain model, the digital surface model, and the canopy height model, the heights distribution, the single trees detection, and the crown delineation. In the last step, that we call statistics analysis, we analyzed the obtained data, and we detected the canopy height profile, the tree height density distribution, the crown area density distribution, the Lorentz curves, and the Gini coefficient. So concerning the UAV approach, we used a DJI Matrix 300 equipped with a ZenMuse L1 sensor. This sensor is composed by three different sensors mounted together on the same hard case. The first sensor is a Livox LiDAR sensor that is able to catch up to 3 returns. The second sensor is an RGB camera of 20 megapixel, and it's used to color the point clouds with the real colors. And the third sensor is an high accuracy inertial measurements units that able to have accuracy of 0.025 degree in pitch and roll and 0.15 degree in yaw. This system, the drones equipped with the sensor, is able to communicate with a real-time kinematic base station to improve the accuracy of the obtained points. The data are stored in an SD card mounted directly on the hard case of the DJI ZenMuse L1. And after pre-processing with the DJI Terra software, that is the only software able to process the raw data from ZenMuse L1, we obtained the point cloud in LAS format. That is a free format readable from many software. We imported this point cloud in R using the library LeadR, and we obtained the digital terrain model and the digital surface model. And then by subtracting the DTM from the DSM, we obtained the canopy height model. Also in R, using another library, the treetop library, we performed the tree crown delineation. We followed a method published by Silva in 2016 that used Voronoi tessellation-based algorithm to highlight and point each individual tree and to segment their canopy. So the results from the quick assessment of the canopy height models map show a marked difference in canopy height spatial pattern between the two different sample plots. We have on the left, the A plot is the plot disturbed by the avalanche, and on the right, the B plot is the undisturbed plot. So as you can see, the B plot, the one undisturbed, show a more complex structure in high canopy distributions. And the canopy metrics related to the plot confirm such differences. The maximum tree height was found in the plot B with a tree of 29 meters. And in the plot A, the maximum height is the 22 meters. Moreover, plot A show a one-layer canopy density curve with a high number of trees. We detected 456 canopy trees for hectare. And that showed the avalanche disturb generate a unimodal and less developed stands. The plot B is characterized by a bimodal canopy layer with a lower number of trees. We detected 244 canopy trees for hectares, but we have an uneven aged structure that is the results of small-scale natural disturbance by single tree death. So the canopy gaps opening, having more space available for trees and a greater dimension of tree crowns. That indicates a good biodiversity. So we also analyzed the Lorentz curve for the two plots, showing an unequal distribution of canopy height. It can be observed that in plot A, the disturbed plot, we have a lower variability in tree height by the low amplitude of its Lorentz curve that is close to the diagonal that indicates the absolute equality. We evaluated the asymmetry of the Lorentz curve by comparing the position of its inflection points against the axis of symmetry. We found also in this case a more complex structure in B plot. And analyzing the lower part of the curve can be observed as the plot B shows an uneven-aged trend of the new generations of tree. And this highlights greater vertical structural complexity of the plot, and it is linked to a high biodiversity situation. So, in conclusion, as already said, these are just the preliminary results of a still ongoing research, and we show the potential reliability of LiDAR-based canopy height model to detect forest structures parameters. And at the local scale, the prevalence of small-scale processing highlight the absence of measure and intermediate disturbances due to the absence of human pressure. This is also thanks to the remote location of this study area. Of course, further studies are needed to refine the proposed method and to refine the survey parameters and the analysis. But the analysis already presented in the study support the UFV approach as a tool for mapping and monitoring old-growth beech forest structures. So, thanks for your attention. Here I left the mail of the other colleague that made this research with me. So, thank you. And I don't know. Thank you. I don't know if there are any feedback from the audience or from remote. If not, we can move to the third presentation. UFV LiDAR survey forest structure metrics estimation in planning scenario, a case study of a Laricio pine forest in the Sila Mountains, southern Italy. So welcome to Dr. Giandomenico De Luca, and please, you can share your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Hey, hi. I hope you can hear and see me.
Yes,
can you give me confirmation if you can see the presentation?
Yes, of course, you can start.
Okay, thanks. So I'm Giandomenico De Luca, and today I'm presenting the preliminary results of the application assessment of drone-based commercial LiDAR systems for hypsometric and volumetric modeling practical forestry inventory. The two well-known dendrometric variables adopted by volumetric models for the estimation of the single tree's volume are the diameter of the trunk at breast high and the tree size, well known. During the field surveys, in fact, both those variables are measured for a sample part of individual trees, as representative as possible of the entire forest. In classic dendrometric surveys campaign, the diameter is still easier to retrieve than the tree's height, for which only a smaller sample could be available. so representing the unknown structure variable to be predicted. With the introduction of airborne laser scanning, the height of individual tree has become, paradoxically, a more easily obtainable variable than diameter, already in just a single fly survey. This reversal perspective has given the opportunity to easily retrievable diameter as the structural variable to be determined. The purpose of the present study was to construct a hypsometric relationship between LiDAR-based trees height and field-measured trees diameter falling inside the sample areas in order to estimate the dendrometric parameters of an entire pine forest. In particular, the study area was located in south of Italy on the Sela mountain territory next to the homonymous national park. It occupied more or less around 5 hectares and was composed by a monoplane forest of Calabria, Laricio pine, black pine. The forest structure appeared to be a single-level high forest of pine, having homogeneous age interspersed with small and yoke-sparse group of beech. The dendrometric variables were measured during a survey campaign conducted in 7 circular sample areas with a radius of 10 or 20 meters, randomly distributed along the entire forest. In total, the sample area were around 4,000. The sample area was around 4,000 square meters. In each sample area, the diameter at the breast height of all the alive standing trees was measured. Meanwhile, the height of the same trees was also measured using a vertex hypsometer. On the basis of these measures, various dendrometric parameters were calculated for each sample area. The number of plants, the total basal area, the averaged basal area, the mean diameter of the mean basal area, and the mean low-resi height. At the end, the geographical position of each plant inside the sample area was detected by in-field visual inspection, supported by the use of RGB orthophoto, in order to relate the dendrometric parameters of each tree to the remotely sensed height. Subsequently, the volume of the single trees was estimated by the use of 2 different volumetric models. The first one was represented by a local single-entry volumetric model, and the second model was developed during the National Forest Inventory. The drone surveys were performed using a Zemus L1 multisensor module mounted on a commercial DJI Matrice 300, equipped with a RTK technology for high accuracy geolocation. Specifically, the L1 module is formed by 2 different sensors: a Livox LiDAR sensor with a class 1 laser and RGB CMOS camera for real color support. The points cloud was classified using the automatic point cloud classification algorithm implemented in Ecognition commercial software. The point cloud, once classified, was used for the construction of the digital surface models and of the digital terrain model. The rasterized point cloud algorithm was separately applied to the point classified as ground to those classified as above ground object to retrieve, respectively, the DTM and the DSM. The spatial resolution of the final output was 10 per 10 centimeters. Finally, the canopy height model was calculated simply subtracting the DTM from the DSM. As a first step, the relationship between the field measured high values and the respective LiDAR-based tree height was investigated. The last variable was directly retrieved from the CHM. The linear relationship between the 2 information is reported in the scatter plot, and it is observable as the correlation is relatively good, with a higher degree of linearity observable between 28 and 38 meters. However, some outliers are present, especially below 28 meters, bringing the root mean square error and bias values to around 2, more than 2, and 1 meter, respectively. The hypsometric model was calibrated using a part of the two dendrometric variables, the field-based diameter and the LiDAR-based height. Inversely from what commonly happens in diametric dendrometry, the variable to be determined in this case is represented by the tree's diameter, while the known variable is the respective LiDAR-based height. The relationship between the two variables appears to be exponential. That was expected if considered that the classic hypsometric model has logarithmic trend. The accuracy of the model was assessed by comparing the remaining part of field measured diameter to the corresponding predicted values. It revealed that the R-squared, the root mean square error, and the bias reached values equal to 0.6, around 0.6, 11.30 centimeters, and 0.48 centimeters. A good result considering the preliminary nature of this experiment, actually. This is further confirmed by comparing the LiDAR-based dendrometric parameters in the gray columns with the respective field-measured parameters in the green columns. It is noticeable as the values of the parameters estimated using the LiDAR-based metrics do not differ from the relative values calculated for the same sample areas through field surveys only. This confirms the reliability of LiDAR information for calculating dendrometric parameters on sample areas. Subsequently, the LiDAR constructed hypsometric model was applied to each pixel of the CHM image so as to obtain the distribution map of the diameters for the entire study area. Thus, having both the CHM representing the tree height and the just estimated diameters map, top on the left, top on the right, respectively, the volume maps were retrieved by applying the two different volumetric models, respectively, that we have seen before. We saw before, and finally, using these maps, the dendrometric parameters for the entire study area in red table were retrieved. Comparing them with those calculated for the same sample areas in the blue table, the only difference is the number of plants, 256 per hectare against the 487 estimated through sample areas. This is due to the heterogeneity of natural habitats that the sample areas-based survey failed to catch. In fact, the density of the trees can vary along the study area in unpredictable ways. However, the remaining dendrometric parameters are consistent. Even the volume can be considered proportionally consistent. This demonstrated, on the one hand, the reliability of the method, on the other hand, that the problem of the sample areas remains a main issue in forestry inventory, in practical forestry inventory. So, the model allowed the estimation of the diameters of the individual pine trees falling within the entire study area. This was possible thanks to the availability of a consistent datum such as the CHM, LiDAR-based CHM. A single drone fly mission, in fact, allows the rapid survey of a greater number of tree height than those measured by field surveys. The sample areas were used in order to have comparative information between traditional and LiDAR-based data and to retrieve information for training and validating the hypsometric model. A limit to the present approach could be the modeling of the tree belonging to the secondary vertical forest plains. In fact, in future analysis, it will be necessary to evaluate the effectivity of this system in more heterogeneous forest environments. Future studies will aim to optimize also the processing step of point clouds, trying to understand and reduce the source of the errors. In fact, this this, considering also the increasing availability of open source and user-friendly application for LiDAR data processing that might give greater help in stimulate the application of this approach in the practical application, forest practical application. So thanks for the attention.
Thank you, Gian Domenico. I don't know if there are any feedback. Okay, so we can move to the next presentation. Enhanced map composition and the diachronic land cover classification of Landsat data in Google Earth Engine. I saw Dr. Cecilia Parracciani. I hope to pronounce your name correctly. So please, you can share your screen and you can start.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, just a moment. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes, we see you.
Okay, so good morning. I'm Cecilia Parracciani. I'm here to present the preliminary results of our work about enhanced map composition and diachronic land cover classification of Landsat data in Google Earth Engine. So, first of all, grassland provide a wide range of ecosystem services to humans and are among the species richest plant communities in the world. Global estimates suggest that about half of the grassland area on Earth has been degraded. And the second point of our work is that Natura 2000 network is by far the most important and effective European Union nature conservation effort being implemented in Europe. So about grassland and degradation, there are two major drivers. The increased disturbance caused by overgrazing that reduce the vegetation cover, and the extensive land abandonment that lead to shrubs and woody vegetation encroachment. So these Natura 2000 directives require that habitat types have to be maintained in favorable conservation status. So the monitoring activities are really essential to implement these directives. So in this context, we use the remote sensing and land cover maps, and we know that Earth observation by satellite offers many possibilities for cost-effective, timely, and reproducible vegetation analysis. In this context, Google Earth Engine enables users to effectively manage massive amounts of data storage, processing, and analysis. And we decided to use Google Earth Engine. So the work I'm presenting today is part of a larger LIFE project, the LIFE Imaging Umbria, focusing on the Natura 2000 areas in Umbria, including dedicated actions for grassland habitats conservation. So the primary objective of the work I'm presenting today is to conduct a comprehensive and long-term analysis spanning the last 20 years in the Natura 2000 grassland habitats in Umbria. So there are two main habitats, the type 6210 and the 6230, that consist of semi-natural dry grassland and Nardus grassland. So, as I already said before, this analysis aims to assess potential degradation phenomena within these Natura 2000 areas, and they are often related to undergrazing for biomass reduction or overgrazing for woody and shrubs vegetation encroachment. So our study area is located in Umbria, in Italy, and since the study aims to detect change in land cover, focusing on the secondary grassland targeted by our LIFE project, the LIFE Imaging project, we identified the study area selecting the Natura 2000 areas with an elevation higher or equal to 700 meters above the sea level. So the study area includes 65 sites, 63 special areas of conservation, and 2 special protection areas. So our Natura 2000 network include the vast majority of grassland habitats in Umbria, with a total protected area of 540 square kilometers. So we developed land cover classification in Google Earth Engine to assess the main changes in the study areas between 2000 and 2020. And as with every typical land use land cover classification, our workflow include the dataset composition. So we decided to use Landsat 7 and Landsat 8 data. And we perform the image classification. We define 5 main land cover classes: woodland, shrubland, grassland, cropland, and sparse or no vegetated area. And we use the machine learning algorithms. So we use the random forest because they generally produce better results than the traditional classifier. We perform the accuracy assessment, and then we analyze the land use land cover transition in our study area. So the data composition and the pre-processing workflow is this one. So we try to improve the information content of Landsat data. So we developed like a data cube, a complex data cube. So we decide to use the time filtering, like we decide to use 3 years for the 2000 and 3 years for the 2020 to obtain a more like robust and composite image for Landsat 7 and Landsat 8. We use the cloud cover filtering with the pixel quality band. We use the topographic correction that is like essential in our area that is in a mountain belt in the Apennine in central Italy. We computed 5 spectral indices for each image in order to improve the distinction between all the different types of vegetation. So we calculated the NDVI, EVI, Garvey, and BSI to discriminate also bare soil from the vegetation. We also added the morphological features like elevation, slope, and aspect. And we also, to improve the quantity of available information, we calculated some statistics like percentiles. So we calculated the interquartile range, the 10 percentile, and the 50 and 90 percentile. We also used the harmonic modeling to effectively capture the seasonal trend of the vegetation. So we used also the magnitude and phase of the harmonic model. And last but not least, we added also the 18 textural indices through the gray level co-occurrence matrix analysis. So at the end, by combining all these elements, we created the final dataset for 2000 and 2020 to obtain the land cover classification. So we collected a trained dataset about like 1,200 points. We performed the random forest classification for the 2020, and we used the orthophoto maps for the accuracy analysis. Then, to save time, to not collect like again some other training points, we decided to use LandTrend. LandTrend is a set of a spectral temporal segmentation algorithms that are useful for change detection. So we decided to model our EVI with land trend to identify no change areas between 2000 and 2020. So we identified these no change areas, and we considered like these areas like stable. And so the point we use another random sampling in no change areas in 2020, and we considered like this area stable, so belonging to the same land cover class over the entire range. So we obtain a new training data set for the 2000, and we classified these points, assigning them to the same class detected in the 2020. So this approach prevented us from like performing a new classification of the training data set for 2000. And we then perform like the classification and the accuracy assessment of the 2000 classification. So the results, we analyzed the importance of features to understand whether the increase in information was effective or not for our classification. In the random forest classification, the importance is quantified using the Gini index. So the elevation was the most important feature in both classification. We also found that all the statistical indices calculated, like percentiles and so on, proved to be relevant, often like more relevant than the traditional mean or median. The harmonic model components were important in both classification, and also several texture indices are very important in our classification. Regarding the change analysis, it should be noted that, as you can see from the tables, forest and grassland were the most represented land cover types. However, while the forest increased over the last 20 years, the area covered by grassland and shrubland decreased. The non-vegetated area and the eroded areas decrease only marginally. And regarding cropland and also non-vegetated areas, the change appear to more closely like align with fluctuation rather than substantial shifts in land cover. So we achieved like a good overall accuracy between 87 and 88. If we focused on the patterns that have characterized land cover transition in the last 20 years, it can be observed that forests receive natural transitional flows from shrubland, grassland transition into shrubs or forest, and the shrubland inflows from grassland, but also outflows to forest. So here you can see some example of our area and some transition. These images provide a visual representation of the land cover transition in our study area, offering an example of the main transformation. So here you can see the transition from grassland to shrubland into area. And in this other picture, you can see the transition from shrubland to woodland to almost forest in our area. So from a methodological point of view, the results confirm that the effectiveness of the advanced map composition in random forest and Google Earth Engine for the classification. The accuracy showed that increasing the information content of Landsat data was efficient, and statistics also can improve the accuracy of land cover classification. Land trend allowed us to achieve high classification accuracy while saving time required to classify the training points 2 times. Despite the high overall accuracy, it is essential to mention that the shrub classes emerged like is the most complex to differentiate from the other. Because has highlighted in other studies, mapping classes that comprise a blend of land cover and plant functional type is a challenge, mainly due to the resolution of Landsat data. So the proposed methodology allowed us to map the grassland areas in Umbrian Natura 2000 network. There was a significant decline in the 13% in the extent of grassland, primarily attributed to the conversion into more densely vegetated areas like shrubs or forest. This transition is supported by the increasing and the expansion of forest areas, which increased by the 80% in the same period. Shrubland surface has decreased over the same time as a larger area has been converted from shrubland to forest than the grassland to shrubland. So the 20 years land cover classification revealed the occurrence of woody plant encroachment in our areas. So we know that it's mainly due to the undergrazing and land abandonment in the area. In conclusion, it can be noted that the areas affected by such phenomena can be restored as long as they are small and young. However, it's like essential to promote sustainable practices in this area. And in particular, in our case, in our study area, is essential to encouraging traditional shepherding practice, which have become increasingly uneconomical over time. This can be a significant step towards achieving this goal of grassland conservation in Natura 2000 network. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cecilia, for your presentation. Any feedback from the audience? Okay, so we can move to the last presentation. Medalus model evaluations and prospects case study Sicily. So please, Dr. Rachele Castro, you can share your screen.
Thank you.
You can start your presentation.
I try. How can I do? I see.
Okay.
I see. Just a sec. Do you see my...
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, and
Okay.
do you hear me? Do you hear me clearly?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. In the following slide, I will share with all of us most important result of the last 20 years of study of the certification process in Sicily, in particular the result of the tests and experimental application of the Medalus method on a local scale and the outcome of the experimentation of the SP index calculated at a different territorial scale. According to the United Nations Convention to Combat the certification is the process of degradation of arid, semi-arid, and subarid lands resulting from various factors, including human activities and climate condition. This degradation process is strongly interrelated and interconnected with all aspects of the anthroposphere, including aspects like economic, productive, social, cultural, geopolitical aspects, and so on. As you can see, several factors contribute to the certification, including climate change, land mismanagement, soil erosion, water scarcity, human activities, poverty and population pressure, conflict, political instability. Around the world, 200 countries and 2 billion people are affected by the certification process, and the Mediterranean region is undergoing one of the most rapid transformations in terms of loss of soil resource. And climatic conditions make the Mediterranean region one of the areas most severely affected by land degradation. More than 1/5 of the Italian territory is at risk of desertification, and involving over 14% of the south. Critical areas, as you can see in the slide, are in particular the southern and the insular regions like Apulia, Basilicata, Calabria, Sicily, and Sardinia. In Sicily, the semi-arid territory extension had been gradually increasing in the period from 1931 to 2000, up to 20% of the regional territory. And Sicily has a Mediterranean climate characterized by hot and dry summer, and is the region where we can see all the effect of climate change and bad management of the territory. And that is why our team has chosen Sicily as an open Italian laboratory for the study of the certification process since 2000. In fact, Sicily provides a geographically diverse environmental and a wide range of natural and anthropogenic systems. This has allowed us to conduct in-depth study of the cases, effects, and mitigation strategy of the certification. In the next slides, I want to share the result of over 20 years of study dedicated to the certification process in this region, including perspective and opportunities. Since the 2000s in Sicily, the study of the certification process with the Medalus Protocol from a multi-temporal perspective was initiated by Professor Piccione at the Cartographic Laboratory, Department of Botany, University of Catania. And since the beginning of the studies, numerous scientific collaborations have emerged with other departments, university, and research centers, leading to the result that I will soon share. In particular, most important result of the last 20 years study of the certification process in Sicily, also a local scale, applying the ICCSA and the environmental sensitive patch index, are the results of the analysis of the evolution by means of bitemporal and tritemporal analysis of the regional and municipal scale, the regional desertification risk of 3 periods, 1931-60, 61-19, and 91-2050, the correlation of desertification risk with climate quality, the limits of the ICCSA when moving from a regional to a local scale at the possible action to overcome them, and the results of the calculation procedure of ESPI and its extension in all the subquality of SI index. As you can see in this slide, the original mapping method, ICCSA, is applied for the identification of mapping of ESA's environmental sensitive areas exclusively at the regional scale and with a static climate period in a region at risk, allowing the classification of critical, fragile, potentially affected and non-affected areas, and the estimation of the soil's ability to resist degradation process take place through the combination of 4 index, like you can see: vegetation quality, management quality, soil quality, and climate quality. Usually we use the formula that you can read. The optimized set of layers currently used in evaluating SAE to the certification and their source are all summarized in the table. And in terms of the data required for estimating the environmental sensitivity to the certification, 3 different primary type of information are essential: physical and structural, vegetal, and socioeconomic. For this reason, you can read climate index, vegetation index, soil index, and management index. The quantification of different environmental sensitivity levels at the same scale can be carried out by evaluating the overall influence a single information layer have on the phenomena under study area. In the following slide, I will share with you the result of the test and experimental application of the Metalus method and model on a local scale, and the outcome of the experimentation of the SP calculated at the different territorial scale. As you can see here in that slide, during the research activity carried out over the years, we have introduced innovations in the application of the canonical ICCSA method, including regional and municipal study of trend and evolution of territorial susceptibility to the certification process through dynamic temporal analysis, in particular bitemporal and tritemporal analysis. And for the tritemporal comparison, it has emerged that the characterization of the risk of desertification in all the Sicilian municipality of the island has the undisputed merit of having a equipment to Sicilian region with an implementation of the knowledge on the course of phenomenon, as you can see in this slide. The regional desertification risk of the 3 periods show that the no affected class recorded an increase of 8% in territories from the first to the second period of, and a loss of about 3.5% in the comparison between the second and the third periods. The fragile class suffers a slight increase, about 2% of territories, and in the transition between the first and the second period, while it is increased by almost 10%, and increase in the period 2. And you can see the change for the critical class. At the final result of our multitemporal analysis is that are really important to detect change in land use, to identify which factors are more predisposing than other in a specific area or period, and have an information base for spatial planning and the recovery or restoration of areas. In this slide, I share with you the final result of the 3 temporal study and of correlation between the certification risk with climate quality. And for the purpose of determining climate quality, it's emerged that high quality recorded a loss of 6.5% of the territory from the first to second period, and a recovery of 4.5% from the second to the third period. Average quality is almost constant, with a maximum difference between period of no more than 3% of territories, and low quality show almost a 9% increase in territory from the first to the second period. that are reabsorbed from the second to the third. And the correlation of the certification risk with climate quality show that the latter does not seem to have significantly affected the overall trend. The improvement can be attributed to several factors in the second period, such as reforestation, recovery of degraded environments, establishment of protected areas, and reduction of overgrazing, and so on. In the following slide, I show you the certification sensitivity map of the municipal scale, the development of geospatial database that enable the bitemporal comparison of municipal territory between two SI climate periods, and the database contains the following all the information about all the municipality, and is a tool for the Sicilian region. And they are so useful in the perspective of using result for surveys or as a basis for spatial planning and land use management procedure. This is other example of the database and the tool for all the stakeholders, okay, with the difference between the first and the second half of 20th century. And in this slide, I share with you the evolution over time by means of the temporal analysis of regional park areas. And through this analysis, we have observed the contrasting rules against the certification process played by the establishment of the park, as you can see. And you can understand the difference between first and second period. So before the institution of the national park and after. And in this slide, you can see the rule of the park in the scale of fragile and critical risk of desertification in the Sicilian territory. In this slide, I share with you the SP index. We built this index because the Medalus has some limitations, namely the impossibility to reconducting the ESA result to a single numerical and comparable value for each area. And for this reason, they need to recalibrate the index when moving from a regional scale to local scale, and the comparison between all the different piece of territory. Our answer about this Medalus limitation is the SP index, and in order to overcome the limit of this protocol, which does not provide an estimate of the sensitivity of the environment of a patch of territory like country, region, province, municipality, river basin, and so on, with a unique value, we have developed an index called SP, environmentally sensitive index patch, capable of give in a scale of 0 to 100 the global sensitivity to desertification in a territory context. And by SP, we pursue the unique indexing of a territory with the possibility of producing rankings and easy comparison of different areas and different periods. And in the next slide, I will share with you all the result of this application and testing of index in the Sicilian region. This is an example of application of SP index, and you can see how can is easy understand the difference between the condition of a Sicilian region in the first century and in the second half century first and second period of 20th century. And this is another example where you can see the best condition, or another where you can see the bad condition or the worst condition about the regional risk of the certification. And in this slide, we can see the SP application of the ESAs of the Sicily region, and in that case was performed using 8 decades of investigation, useful for the validation of the index 2, and you can see the final result. And in the upcoming slide, I will show you the possibility to calculating the ESP index both from the ICCSA index and from each individual class of ICCSA index, like quality, climate quality, vegetation quality, soil quality, and so on. And by analyzing the annual desertification risk of 3 periods, as you can see in the slide, it is possible to see the substantial difference between the period 1931-60, 1961-99, and the difference between all the 3 periods is the same if we apply the index in the CQE, climate quality index. And in this case, the application of the CQE was really interesting because emerged in the first period. We can understand all the trend of quality index with a numerical value. And here I share with you the comparison between ICCSA and CQE and the numerical value, just not only the cartography of or the graphic final result of the study of certification process. And we realize for like a tool for all these stakeholders through the final result of the ESPI, tool like land degradation Sicily, where all the stakeholders can search the value of risk desertification or the value of all for quality about SI index. And we decided to realize a friendly interface because our goal was the efficiency of communication of the result, and you can see what is possible to see and understand about all the municipality, Sicilian municipality in this case, okay? And this is another tool. We realized 11 notebooks on the certification risk in Sicily with easy interface for all the stakeholders. And as part of the investigation carried out, we found the same thematic layers of the ICCSA methodology need to be revised if we want to study the desertification process at an interregional and local scale. So we want to go in deep about this aspect. And regarding perspective, we want to integrate machine learning techniques and mathematical models to predict areas at risk of desertification useful for study. And like in this case, we want to realize a tool for all the stakeholders that want to understand and use the data for the for all the action for the management of territory. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Rachele, for your presentation. I don't know if there are Any feedback from the audience? Okay, so we can close this section. Thank you all for your time. Thank you all for your attention, and thank you from remote people for their presentation. Okay, bye.
Bye bye.
No.
And we can also open the camera. Do you want?
If they need to see, I don't know. Oh, we are beautiful. Okay, let's go. Where is it? Está na hora, temos que começar.
It
doesn't work
sometimes.
Okay, okay, thank you.
They can see you now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to everybody. We need to start our session. It's 11 o'clock. This workshop has two parts. The virtual one tomorrow at 9. Of course, we will be present because it's complicated at 9 after the dinner of conference. Today, it's in presence, and there are several works here where I'm going to present. But the only reason that I'm going to present that's my co-authors are military, and usually they are in mission, not contactable, or not having net when they are boarded. So it's complicated to try to put the principal authors of this talking about this. I'm co-author, but it's a little more soft. They had done lots of work about this. I just cooperate with them. That's the difference. Here I'm presenting a work that the idea is to be continued with more 10 years of registers. The idea is to see which particular part, characteristics of the students can contribute to the success or in success in their academic life. The team is relating students' performance with individual characteristics. I'm going to be the speaker, and I will try to be short in my tendency to speak too much. So let's see. Which is the a brief summary. It's just simple introduction, preliminaries, data, models, and results. We have here some results, not the results that we want to be complete, because we were working during the 5 years that the course that they have attended last. So we would need more 2 plus 5 years to compare between each, what we can consider that really it's the same, or here something is different. But with the COVID, the usual practice of the classes were different. It was what we could do. All of us had the same experience, but the point of view of have a data set that we think that should be adequate, we need to wait a little more to complete more 10 years clean, without COVID, and with same students per 5 years. Okay. This data, it's about until 2015. The idea is to accomplish the students during the 5 years that they attend the courses. But these students are not the usual students that have only the academic life. They have all other issues that they must perform and perform well as future military people. Okay. We have some failure about the attendance of our course, but that failure, we need to say some details. It's not we can have in success in 1 year, maybe you will be not admitted in next year, or you can have in success in a certain year with only one discipline or academic discipline failure. So it's too demanding, so it's not so strange to have 64 of people that between the entrance and the last out. We need to identify the details that we can promote so the success can be implemented, can be increased. So we have here some details about our academy. NEA is it's the Naval Academy, Portuguese Naval Academy. We have lots of budgetary restrictions. We need to diminish internal attrition. The qualified staff needs to carry out studies as military and as a student in the sense of academic way. And we need to promote some new techniques so the success can be improved. The idea, how they can get to naval school, or how it is their interest, it's similar in a certain way to the remaining students. They made their last exams previously and they can be admitted, but they are also admitted by physical reasons. They must be okay to perform the military issues, and also they have some psychological tests and evaluations. So these tests have great physical exigency and also psychological exigency. It's mandatory to wear uniforms. People who likes to be military, it's okay. People who is not used to that, maybe it's not so nice to them. What we can strange with this kind of things? There is a freedom inhibition to live daily, that they stay all week in first, and after they can in last years go out, but weekly they need to be there. They have military discipline. They need also to make a big requirement, and the decision is based on their background behavior. If they fail only one discipline, and after that there is another of issues. Okay. Of course, that by the end of the scholar year, they are onboarded to make their formation in sense of military formation and nautical formation. So there is cumulative demandings. It's a frequency of the integrated master's degree. They have naval training, they have military training. Usually, for example, in the first year, for example, at Mondays or some day per week, they have physical training before the classes. But the classes start at 8. So their training sometimes it's at 6, 7. So their environment is not the proper to be a great and with good great grades. Okay. So the aim of this study is to analyze the data of the candidates to Naval Academy. Yeah.
Nowadays the live streaming doesn't work, the presentation, so you can do the presentation without here in this way, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. After this, we need to identify which are the socioeconomic and cultural characteristics of individuals so they could improve or have a better performance. We have not all the details, but we have the details that they provide, they have provided when they enter to the school. And let's see what we have. So I need to do this, yes? I just do here. It's here. Okay, it's here. I'm just. I have here some references when we start studying. They were newer, some of them, namely Amancio, where stereotype of the heterogeneity of social classes were studied, or the bipopulation between male and female. Also, it's important because in a military environment, majorities are men. The ladies are about 60%, 70% of all population, scholar population. Okay. I'm not used to this. So, what you have here, we have noticed that our database just was a little different per year, per group of students. So it's nice to know that even better, we need to study with some detail what we can do with all of information because it's not homogeneous, okay? So let's see. Next, it's here. I think that I'm going up and down. Yes, I went. Don't worry. It's here. It's here. Okay.
I think it works anyway in this way, so we can just remove these two. Okay.
Okay.
These two.
Okay. So the main idea is to know that we are analyzing students from the first year until the last year. We took the students from 2007 until 2000, the group of students that entered in 2007, and the majority just ended at 2011. And with that, we need to characterize the sex profiles, okay? Some, eu ando aqui a dançar. Deixa. We'll go here.
Okay. Here, just this.
Oh, only this.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, here.
Okay. Some studies that we have already considered, but I think that we are not in the. Let's see. Yes. What we have done, we have done all of a summary of the more simple statistics, descriptive profile, and after that we used several techniques of linear models. I used some logic models. I used MANOVA models because they were interesting for certain details. Okay. So we essentially use all the tools that you could use and could be good enough so we could conclude something. Now I'm going to see, yes. Here is some of the works that we have done. And here is the first ideas that we have about the linear models. There are too much for our. I will jump this. This is just a bit of GLES. Now, the details that I considered important to put here about logistic model, it's to use the odd ratios. For whom is familiar with that, it's okay. For whom is not familiar with that, only we are interested in this ratio that we say odd ratio, and it's just ratio between success, probability of success and insuccess of a certain detail is occurred or not. And we can relate this with the another characteristics. We can use this, or we can construct other, this is the way how we can build. It's easier to build this, or we consider some interval of confidence when need. So here also inside the GLEM some ANOVA parameterization, but I'm not going to give all details of this. The data, the age group is between 17 and 26. It may appear that this 26 is too late, but not. Some of people that are military can access the course of officers later in their career. So, but later is just a little more late than usual. But this 26, maybe they have entered later in this sense. They were already in the military environment and they could get there. Occasionally, we have an extreme of 29, but it's just a particular case. Mainly, they have attended the public education, and mainly they are stacked of the region where they have lived until now, at that point. The public education was the mainly formation that they had at home. The majority of people were very were very close to the Naval Academy from their where they live, because they knew the school. They just go there because they knew how they work, or the far from. They are from we have people from Azores and Madeira, which is a little far from, because it's in the middle of Atlantic, their origin, or from very close to our frontiers. So they are really outside their environment. Usually, they have great attraction in all of the years, but the first one is the mandatory year, so they can decide per themselves, yes, I want this, or no, I don't want this. Essentially is. Okay, and again, we have an universe of about 3,000 of candidates. These 3,000 of candidates were admitted almost 300, and from almost 300, only 100 have completed their course. So we can see it's not so excellent their success. Greatly, the candidates were evaluated and were considered during the period that they were doing their academic issues, not at home. Something like disapproval, withdrawal, expulsion are the some of the motives that they could not have success. Outside this, that's what we are trying to consider for our study. Okay. Here is some of the details that we know. We consider variables, the success 1 or 0, the dichotomic 1, the gender 1 or 0, the distance to Naval Academy, the distance was classified if they are from, for example, Madeira or Açores in middle of Atlantic. We consider that they were on the continental frontier. It's easier to not have too much distance because it's not nice. If the parents had the high education attendance, and also how they took knowledge about this concourse to access. We have more things. Here we have much more data that were interesting for us. For example, if the parents are military, if the parent or mother are active, in sense of are working, etc. We have some of the important issues in that characterization. Here we have the number of candidates in 2007, 8, 9, 10, and 11, and the number of cases of the male that they are male. It's important to see here the scale could be different, so we can consider, but about between we have 16, 17, all it oscillates between 15 and 20 the number of female students. Okay, here is the distinction for residence, and note that the majority in first quartile we have close, because it's in kilometers, not we are in the 25-30 kilometers, so just in the surroundings. The last in Q3, the third quartile, we have almost far from home. Here I have some more details. That's important to know. If we have some candidates that already have attended higher education, and how they knew or took knowledge of the contest. It was at home, if it was by divulgation of the school, by visit at the school, or by internet. We can see here the majority of them, it was by familiars. It means that somebody in family are military or close to. In internet, it was about 25%. Okay. Here we have the percentage of people that have attended or have candidates to higher education, not of a naval academy, and we have this. We have here a pattern between the finalists. We have about 5, 6, 9, 11. There is often all years we have people that have candidate to higher school, to higher academy, or they have quit from some university to go here. That's very common on that. Here is mother or father in active. That's an important detail when some of them are not, or both parents are not employed. We know that some information that it's important to our studies. Again, we have here, we have family, military family, and what we have here. I used logistic model. I used also factorial analysis and discriminant analysis based on some studies that we have consulted. It had worked, and here some results in that kind of sense. We have here some components, and we can identify the principal contributors to that components. We identify 4 of them, and we could interpret in a certain sense. Distance for example, in force component is significantly negative. And here, if you see the most impressive results here, the contributed to first factor, it was the knowledge by internet, not by family, not other way. And here again, if we have mother or father employed, we have here a negative effect. Detailing some conclusions of this, we have here something. Let me put here. Here, when we just consider the agglomerate schedule, we can see here some intercepted. I think you can see anything. No? Nice. But it's just a dendrogram that you can see the number of clusters of that factors, and we could see the levels that we can consider. And I think we have 10 minutes. Okay. So let's see. I can't see. Okay. What we dare conclude with this? Success rate is better for groups with a smaller number of admitted individuals. It's not a great conclusion, but it's what it was observed. Also, the diversity of integrating the woman in the top class of armed forces and certain determinations that defend the stereotype of the gender associated with the disciplines, there was no significant evidence. One thing that I can say because of this is that when they enter, they have an adverse environment, because 7 or 80% of men and 20% of women, they feel that they need to have success to survive. Usually, they, in the sense of physical issues or in the sense of psychological issues, they are much more determined to complete everything. But I think it's not a personal characteristic, it's the environment that proposes that to them. Okay. Students who already attended higher education don't tend to have better grades, better academic issues. So it's not related to, I was hopeful that it could contribute. Some conclusions, internet, it was the best way of disseminating this kind of information in the Danval Academy. About the family members being or not military, it doesn't reveal much conclusive influence. Of course, that when both parents are unemployed, the success of the cadets or the students is not very famous, because their family environmental, it's not so to promote the success by example. Okay, we have something that I could also say. I have said this first, but I say again, this sample is just some results we got some results to alert the way of disseminating the Naval Academy attendance, the way how we can control some kind of issues in the sense of schedules, etc. This is indicative, not conclusive in the sense we have a very small sample. We need to have all much more detailed, so we can say here in this year, here in this year, here in this year, with examples. it's significant in this sense. Maybe they just took the first step to made in another way things. I could talk much more, but I think it's good enough. I think our time it's over, at least my time. So, any question about this? No. Okay. So we are going to our second speaker. She has a much interesting theme. She will talk about that. She will talk about black scarfish species distribution, geostatistical interface under preferential sampling. The talker is Paula Simões, and all of other co-authors are from the project.
Yes.
Acho que eu sei.
Vira aqui para mim.
Espera lá,
Deixa eu ver assim.
Não podes pôr no máximo, não sei se já reparaste. Não podes pôr isso no máximo, acho que não dá. Ou isso é PDF.
E PDF.
Então podes. Eu andei na dança das...
You don't have the... No.
Tira lá com o controle L, não sei.
Ali, it's here.
Yes, but we need to do that.
Ok.
Because of the virtual session.
Não, mas vamos fechar.
Which is this or
There is
this?
nobody in there.
Se calhar.
Here.
Está bem, mas ela não está aqui. Ela comprometeu-se até.
Which is the presentation?
This is one. This one.
This one. Okay.
You can close. Mine, not... Yes.
Okay.
You can put in here or not?
We can try.
I think it's okay.
It's a little black.
Okay.
Okay.
It's okay. Can I? Okay. So, good morning. I will present work that we have done in the project, preferential project, named Black Scabbard Fish Species Distribution, Geostatistical Inference, and the Preferential Sampling. Okay, I will start with a brief introduction. Okay. Then we are going through the species distribution modeling for the black scabbard fish. Then I move to the main part of this work, that is the geostatistical inference and the preferential sampling of BSCF, and move on some final remarks and future possible work. This work was developed in cooperation with the Portuguese Institute of Sea and Atmosphere. Okay. So, in terms of introduction, the species, the black scabbard fish species, the spatial distribution is mostly unknown, and our data comes from commercial fishery along the Portuguese coast. So, and these fishermen, they go to the areas where they expect to have higher catches. So we are in the presence of preferentially sampled data. Because of this characteristic of the data, we have the preferential sample data, the main objectives of this work was to provide a more realistic partner of the distribution of the species, and also construct a survey design to improve the black scabbard fish abundance estimates in the Portuguese waters. This presentation, and this work, this paper, is about the first part of the work. We take a subset of the original data, okay? And in this subset we consider the south zone, captures between September to February, and the years between 2009 and 2013. And they are represented in this graph. Original data has a gamma distribution, so we have to take a box Cox transformation in order to get the normal distribution approximately, and all this work was done to the BSCF transformed data. So consider the transformed data. The first part of this study, we are going to model the captures of the species using a Bayesian approach and the inland methodology. We use the stochastic partial differential equation for geostatistical data jointly with the log-Cox point process model in the two perspectives, the classical models for the geostatistical data and the preferential models for this data. So in the second part of the study, I put in here just topics. We are interested in developed strategies to implementing a sample design for the preferential sample data, and in this strategy we investigated different design classes for this objective. So the first part we are going to see in detail. So we started with the geostatistical classical model. In this model, we use regression models with covariates and struct and non-struct effects. So we have the part where, for example, the beta is the coefficients for the fixed effects. The C will be the considered covariates in this study, can be the depth, the tonnage, and so on. And we consider normal non-informative priors for the beta M, the prior information. This model also have a spatial component represented by this S. Okay? So will be the covariates, the S, and the errors. And for the spatial effect, this was modeled as a latent Gaussian field using the SPD approach. That's if you want to see in detail. So in this spatial model, we also consider the penalized complexity priors for the marginal standard deviation and for the range in the Mater field. Then this was a way to overcome the overfitting of the data. So we tried several covariates and several random effects, and we select the two best fits. The ones we are going to see in here, but there are other approaches, several approaches that can be seen in that paper in ICCSA 2020. The first model that we have selected is the one that included the covariate depth as effective effects and the spatial random effect for modeling the captures. We computed the predictions, and we have in here for the spatial latent effect, the posterior mean and the standard deviation representing, and we also put in the graph the transforming variable of our captures. The second geostatistical classical model we have retained was the one that have the group of tonnage as a covariate and the spatial random effect. And this one, we also computed the predictions for the mean of the spatial latent effect and represented the spatial distribution of the species. In comparing these two models, in terms of the deviance information criterion and the Watanabe-Akite information criterion, that are non-Bayesian model criterions for selection, we conclude that the second model will be the best fit for this data in terms of the classical geostatistical models. However, we want to put in our model the location sites of the captures. So to model jointly the captures with the locations, we have to move to another approach and consider the preferential sampling model, where we can use the spatial effect that is jointly modeling with the response and with the intensity of the point process. So we model the captures and we have the point process of the locations. And the beta, that is a shared spatial random field effect between the two of them. So the spatial is here and in here. This is for the locations, and this is for the captures and the response. Move. Okay. So in the terms of the point process, the observer-like locations are assumed to come from a non-homogeneous poisson process with that intensity. The beta 0 pp is the intercept of our point process. We have the shared spatial latent effect, and we also use penalized complexity priors in this approach. The inference is made using the SPD approach, which requires to build the mesh that covers our study region, and is in here represented. We use the same mesh for all models, but we can use another meshes. So we tried several models using a Bayesian approach and the Inula methodology, and they select the two best ones. And we also have the other approach, but now in the technical report for the project. So the first model in the preferential sampling approach we select is the one that have the coverage depth on the intensity of the point process and sharing a random spatial effect with the captures. So we put the depth in the locations and also just the spatial effect in the responses. We have an estimated value of beta of 1.24 that is greater than 0. So this is saying that higher captures is in where we have higher locations. More observation, more catches. So if you've seen the estimated values, we have more captures in terms of BSF, where you have more locations and the standard deviation. The second model that we retained was the one that we put the group of tonnage of the vessels in our model for the response and maintain the depth in the point process, the intensity of the point process. So we join here the tonnage, group of tonnage. We separate the vessels into 3 groups and put in here and have here the depth, and the spatial effect is shared between the 2 models. Now beta has a value of 0.24 because part of the preferential is explained by the group of tonnage of the vessel. So this is lower, but in still greater than 0, so we can say that where we have more locations of the vessel, we have higher catches of the BSF. And the estimated posterior mean of our species. Okay. Comparing these 2 models in terms of the ICOF in the WIC, we also conclude that the second model is the best one, the one that we include the group of tonnage in the response and maintain the depth coverage in the point process intensity with the spatial random effects shared by the 2 models. Final remarks of this part of the work. We conclude that the preferential sampling model better captures the variability of BSF captures instead of the classical geostatistical model. In the presence of preferential sample data, where our location depends on the values of the observed variable, this approach allows a better understanding of the spatial distribution, and this information combined with other environmental covariates we can use to predict how much we have in a species in unsampled locations for management and conservation purposes of the Portuguese Institute and Sea and Atmosphere. As a future work, I put in here the second part of our work that is already done. That was the implementing a sample design for this kind of data, the preferential sample data. And in this part, we have focused on the design for efficient predictions and we are interested in design strategy to deliver efficient mapping of the complete surface, and this part of the work is available in that paper that we have. And some future work that isn't done just but can be explored is a construct a new survey design without the BSF transformation, which will require another geostatistical model for the BSF captures with the gamma distribution and taking the preferentiality into account for designing the strategies for the BSF sampling design with the original distribution that is a gamma distribution. Another thing we can do is allow a term for the time effects that we haven't explored and consider a spatial temporal approach. And it's all. And thank you.
Thank you for the 15 minutes. Okay.
It's my time.
Any question? There? No? Nothing? Okay. I have one.
Yes.
It's not a big question, but I wanted to understand
Yes.
how sampling is done, yes? But it's
Something is done by the fishermen.
by the fishermen.
Yes.
So they choose the places where they are.
Yes, it's because we have the preferential approach
Yes.
instead of the geostatistical classification.
My idea is, so they want to always to fish
To
more.
have more and more.
Yes, but here this is for sustainability. You need to have
Because
some.
the Hitman wants to know where the fisherman doesn't go, how much catch we can have.
That was
so
my
the
question.
work was to characterize the
So they could decide with that.
And the second part is the sample design. So we are asking to the fishermen to go in other places, but they want.
They do want. They always go
but
where
if
they are
the wants
used.
to design a campaign for that,
yeah.
we give them the
But
GPS.
with these characteristics, you do this.
Yeah,
you can have more something like
they
that.
have the species distribution in the places where the fisherman doesn't come, and they can have this to define codes and so on, management proposals of the species.
But they are not.
And you have the sample design.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's treinar que eu faria na pasta, que eu não sei se eu fui. Escape, faz escape, pode ser, vai lá.
Já tirei.
Ok. In my paste there is one with faria. It's, look,
Which one is?
V2.
This one?
This one.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I know that I'm going to dance with the buttons, but it's okay.
One moment, so we can share the presentation.
Okay. It's just here because I need to see closely because I can. Okay, it's okay. Here it's okay. I'm the next speaker because should be João Faria. João Faria is the co-author of this work. He is a military nurse, and he knows by his experience that when they're going to far from home navigating, people doesn't think a lot about some diseases namely Zika. They should have some pre-formation about this disease, because mainly some people didn't know that it exists. The idea is this is part of his PhD thesis, but I just put here a little because it should be him to present this again. So the presentation can be the better one but I have contributed, but he was a student, so he should be here, but it's okay. He is Huh? No, not possible. No, not possible. So let me. Is just the abstract that I can see. I'm just saying what I have. The objective is to describe knowledge, attitudes, and preventive practices regarding this infection, Zika, between the embarked population. It was performed a statistical analysis. It was a cross-sectional study. And it was applied a questionnaire, a pre-questionnaire and a post-questionnaire, so we can know what they knew or the kind of attitude they should have pre-embark and after the embark. Let's again put here this. A brief introduction. I think that all of us know something about Zika. We know that Zika was detected mainly. You are talking at least the end, yes? No, you can go, no problem. That was just checking some. The first case, it was identified in a monkey, the rhesus monkey, in 1947. And only after the 60s were revealed some cases of human Zika infection. So, but mostly were benign in the sense that they had no much consequences, etc. The problem of this kind of thing is that we are in a world that we are in every place. We can cross each other for many places. So something that it was confined to a little place just made the spread of the infection easily. Okay. By last, we have some cases that were increasing. Firstly, was detected after it was spread mainly to Asia, and after that for all of continents. It was not nice, but the idea is that. The problem of this kind of things that the resistance of this disease can be increased with so much dispersion, and the problem is mainly this. More than this, I have much details. We can see after this. What we think, how can Zika infection occur? Initially, we thought that it was only per mosquito bite. Now, people have some cases about sexual transmission. So the problem is even worse than it could be at the beginning. The idea is to consider the population of embarked staff and evaluate the practices and the knowledge about it. So I will try to, the preliminaries. In some details, we can see in bibliography. I'm not going all these details about the history of Zika infection. Is mainly in the 20th century and the beginning of 21, but there are lots of history about this. Mainly, we know what have happened in Brazil with the babies with problems because the mothers were infected. So it's our last register of intense dissemination in about 2016, 2017. Okay, you can see Não sei o que aconteceu aqui, mas let's see the questionnaire. What we have done with the questionnaire, we have adapted a questionnaire that was already tested. It was tested during the Olympics in Brazil, because when the Zika infection was spread and was increasing exponentially in Brazil, happened the Olympics Games. It was the best time to be there, because the spread of this, it was even worse than we wanted. This questionnaire was applied in the airport of Rio de Janeiro, and the details of this study were already published, not by me. It was by the team of Brazilian people. And one of that elements just talked with our with João Faria to consider that questionnaire in that sample that was all embarked stuff. So, as all questionnaires, there is a first part that is about the details of each participant, and the second part about their social demographic issues, and the last part about attitudes and practices and knowledge. Okay, it's too short, I think. I think it's from because it was from this computer, but no problem. Let's see the questions that we have done. It's better? Yes, it's better. So the data collection, it was not so easy, because as all data collection, we needed to have the usual provision of the individual, but also from the top of who rules the Navy. And the problem is that because sometimes it's not our objective to keep in same ships, but these are the designed ships that we were allowed to interview the staff. Okay. We have the questions done previously who was going out to embark, and the questions who had already navigated in that zones of endemic zones of Zika. Okay. Namely, some of countries that had that our Navy had visited. Namely, much of them are in the list of CDC list of the countries with a record of indigenous Zika cases. Namely, all of these that are here: Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Gabon, etc. All of them that are listed there, we have visited and are endemic. Okay. More of this we can see in this map. That Ankara, it's the places where we were in a certain time. Okay, we can find this map just online, but it's important to see what was happened. The sample distribution per age and per gender. We have here clearly. I noticed that on left there are male versus human, and of course with that percentage between 15 and 20. This is always the same thing. It depends specifically, but generally it's there. The age we can see here, essentially we have the big majority with the younger staff, with I say younger, less than 14, less than 40. Okay. More or less, if you are here, it's different. The level of the education, the level we have here, high school, about 60% bachelor about 99%, master 13%, and other with 50%. So the level should be enough to know something about Zika. The questions, not specifying any of question, we can see by the distribution of the responses, the percentage, that they are not similar. When we perform the adequate tests to compare if the distributions of the questions are similar, no, it was significant. Of course, there are one or two that we can see that they are, and if you test that, we can see that there are similarity in the question, and so we just compact that. But if you want to see the rank frequencies, we also can say something. The questions are not all similar, and they are important to be considered. Here, it's the same thing in a very soft visual way. The links, they are in black, they are the similarity, they have some similarity, and the links that they are in yellow, there are no similarity, okay? Of course, all of this with statistics. I'm not putting here the statistics, just to try to be a little more. Here, it seems strange. What is this? Basically, the questions could have several levels, but the idea is to see in a dichotomic way. I know, I do not know. I do, I do not do. And the median, when we define greater than 2.5 or less or equal to 1.5, you can see what is the decision, if it is a 0 or it's a 1. It was a way to agglutinate the information. And it's important because you can see here all questions, and you can conclude with this table something. Okay, let's continue. Also, we can conclude that board staff still has low level of literacy about Zika. Some of them quit the questionnaire because did not know what it was Zika. It was a very strange thing to me. So here are some results. We have here some missing questions, wrong questions, correct questions, the percentage that occurred, the best situation, the worst situation, not now, max wrong. You can see that the pre-mission and post-mission, the answers are not similar, but in both cases are worse than we would like to. There is too much missing, too much wrong, etc. I think it's here. Again, when we do exploratory factorial analysis, we could get 5 dominant factors. Here it's just the output, the cumulative and the initial eigenfactors, but we can give some meaning with this. Let's see now. You can see here, if we compare with 1, we have lots of eigenvectors bigger than 1. It means that these components need to be considered, okay? The meaning of this, the first factor we could associate to knowledge how to be infected, and which is the infection symptomology. The second, complications and consequences of Zika infection. The third, the measures to avoid Zika infection transmission and how can it be transmitted. The fourth, how to avoid the infection of Zika by Zika, and how to take knowledge about Zika. This were 5 factors that, for us, they are demanding to the study. Let me. I have here the same problem again. It's here. Yes. The select factors were used using ANOVA techniques and logistic techniques, so you could see how much things could be explained. Okay, and here we can do some final comments that I think they are important to whom need to know something about Zika or which can prevent, etc. We can see here, we consider the pre-mission group. About 34% of staff did not know the existence of Zika virus. After the Brazilian babies with macrocephaly, between the individuals who knew the existence of Zika, the majority did not know how could be infected. Between the individuals who knew the existence of Zika, the most part didn't know how could be made its prevention. Exploratory analysis was performed, and some factors were identified as important, so we could explain the remaining. And some simple mixed linear models, including these factors, were already obtained, and we could identify some factors that explain the individual literacy about Zika. Most part, we need to create some information about the tropical diseases, and these in particular because it can have deadly effects. And Zika has no, we don't get out of Zika, we can control Zika. Okay, so for me, I could say the double, but it's not needed. It's just an indication that we need to know something more effective than we know, because Zika was not in the past. Zika, in some way, can explode as it exploded in 2050, 2060, 16. And that's all. Any question? I hope not, because I'm not the nurse that needs to know something more. But I think this study, it's interesting and it's important to prevent and to make some policy of previous to embark. You need to know something important. Okay. So I'm closing this. I think. Let me how much we are late, maybe a little.
No.
10.
You're on time.
10. Next mine, free, only one moment. I need this open.
This?
I need two things open. This, no, this not it. This is I'm not seeing, please, sorry. Maybe. Presentation Faria, ICCSA.
This is not presentation 4?
Espera, Cibões, Barotrauma. Está aqui. Acho que é esta. É esta.
Okay.
I think this is easier, é PDF. Não está ninguém. Já percebeste o que é que eu vou responder? Okay, thank you. This is a work, again, the only non-military people, it's me. All of them are boarded, are in mission. And this is a work that results from our containers at home at COVID. It doesn't talk about COVID. It's talk about common filter approach as a good tool to whom needs to know something how to be in all management of a ship. Translating this title, we are just modeling a full consumption in a ship from a Navy of Portuguese Republic. Okay, this means a Navy from the Navy of Portuguese Republic, using a common filter approach. I was getting some old work that I have done in my past some years ago with the common filter, and I joined with this topic that it was included in navigation systems. Okay. I made here a mixed, I'm not going to talk about econometric models, but I'm talking about the mixed, what engineers do with filter common, what econometric do with filter common. It's the same, but it seems all two worlds, different worlds. Why? Because we need to validate models in econometrics. We need to see if we have equivalent models, etc. And in engineering, we produce. We have that model, it's good enough, but the detailed analysis should be done, but I never saw an engineering doing that. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that maybe to have two different perspectives, it's good. Let's see what it's going to happen. I will talk. Our objective, it's just a title, it's there. We are using the common filter as a tool to predict the full consumption of a ship. I here put some applications, it's just short ones, and the older ones that I had with me. These, in economic dynamics and in finance, I have all these. It was the first in Portugal that were found in Vilares or Nunes, and Dias, but they are all econometric issues. And it was at the time, at 92, 93, 94, it was not a tool that was recommended. It was unknown for provision of forecasting methods. Of course, in engineering, robotics to control, we can find easily. So there are a lot of applications. Here, the method approach. Typically, when we are going to use a tool of forecasting, mainly the filter common is a very nice tool to do short-term forecasting. Also, as Kalman suggested in 60, when the first were doing the studies for to land in Moon, and it was included in that, the common filter basically takes the minimum of mean square error of a set of equations, so you can estimate the state of the process. Of course, it's a set of mathematical equations. Initially, and for a long time, we just keep it linear. Of course, there are some common filters more recent. They are non-linear, there's enchanted filter, etc. But all of these are coming from the older common filter from the 60s, okay? It's important because actually the correct information is used to predict next period. So it's perfect. Usually we say that we are predicting unobservable variables, even better, because in its majority, which we are doing in forecasting, is something that it's close to what we want, but usually we call them the variables of state. Okay? Here is some summarized estimate state of the process using the common filter techniques. It's a recursive solution, that it's a iterative process. Here is saying that we will have linear filtering. Usually, yes, but we can have more advanced techniques. And the way of using the optimal solution is minimizing using the mean square error. Okay. Here, the notation of econometrics, we have X in XC, and XC as a state factor. In engineering, we have X, so that is not important. The signal, it's the observable. We can register the signal. We can register numerically the values. You can see this as an indirect measure of the state factor. Okay. We need to put everything in state space representation. The idea is always this, what it's here. The state of space in the next period, it's related some way for the previous period, plus some error. And generally, we use this kind of measure of the observation equation that establishes the state, the variable of states with the observable. Okay. Here I give just some impositions that usually it's good to be performed. You can see that the random error of the process in the measure are supposed to be not correlated. Here you have this, and have normal distribution. Of course, we need to suppose that they have normal distribution or some distribution to get some inference. That's mainly the process. And here I put, because originally I work in this, two representations of the process, because it's not unique. We can have several representations for the same process. Everything can be resolved. If you have, for example, an MEA univate process, that's simple. We know this, usually. One of the representations possible is this. It seems clean, where we can identify the state variable and all of the remaining matrices. The second representation can be done like this. I'm not detailing too much. I am only saying the representation in state phase, we just choose the one that seems easier to us because it's not unique. You can do that. Here, a third representation of the same process. It's here, but it doesn't correspond to ideal because there is some correlation between the errors of the equation and the state equation. The algorithm is very simple. We have the predictor, it's given in this way. It is based on the all information of the past, knowing the information of the present. And with that, we have our mean square error, and we want to minimize this. Okay? So the process is just this. We have initial values, and after that, we start to do our recursive method. So we can see these equations here. The prediction of Ibsen using the information. Here is the equation that we have already seen before. The error of prediction is given by this, and mean square error is given here. And if you notice, again, we can obtain this recursively. Okay? With this, we have following the first step, we have just actualization with the new observation. And in all Kalman filters process, being from engineering, from econometrics, we have this. This is some quantity that we know is known as gain. The gain is a matrix or a number can be univariate that is the weight that what I'm going to consider better, the last provision or a new provision considering the new information. And again, it depends of the state of the process. If we are at the beginning, of course, we will give much more weight to the new information. If you have a long process, maybe the gain will be a short number, a short weight, and in that sense, you are giving better sense to the estimation that you have already. It's just this, it's just counts, and we can easily use the package, for example, of MATLAB in the sense of engineering, in the sense of all packages of statistics. Some of them has already common filter. I started with that in 94, so there was at that time, there is at this time. The prediction, again, we have here the same process, and some details about the gain of filter. It's here, that I had already did something like that. This is the recursive process. We can find this scheme in any place. If you do common filter process, in that article, you can find similar to this. It's always like this. What I'm going to, econometric methods, basically same. We want to do or establish a functional relation between dependent and explanatory variables. We can apply this kind of methods of common filter to preview in a short term. That's nice. And you can use the mostly methods of general linear models. So it's nice. It's a good. Here, I'm just going to jump. It's just a brief slide about Box and Jenkins. It's not important for here. And now I'm going to put what I want. Engineer approach. I'm not making fun because I think it's much more simple. It was my student is not the great. Is doing a specialty in navigation system. So it just told me, I just simplified your methods. It's the same, but it's not. But here we have a linear system, discrete linear system, that is represented in a state variable format given by following equation and this diagram. It's nicer, and we can see and interpret it much better. If we want to put here some error associated to this equation, we have this diagram. It's the same thing with a error. This error, of course, we must only say it's a white noise. We have all things that we have before with beautiful formulas. And again, in same work, it's just, but we are not measuring directly the signal. So we have some relation between the signal and what we want. It's here. Just we have this equation that we say that the measurement equation that relates with state equation. Sorry, I'm fighting until the end of my. Okay, it's here. And we have the process of the common filter summarized in this diagram. But if we want something more detailed, with everything in the same, for example, to know how to estimate or forecast the totals of the quantity of gas oil or gasoline that they are, we can get that with this diagram. It seems strange. No, it's easier than what we do because it's simplified. But again, it's the same thing. So what I have done at the first beginning was this. They try to estimate the consumption of the NRP Douro, where the machines were working with the AV3 regime. This is the form of the tank, the full tank, with some electronic sensor. In the first beginning of the course that they have done, they assumed that the speed machine was constant, not changed during certain time, and they took the measures that they needed along a long period of time. Now, not to complete, I'm going, sorry, I can't. It's here. And I need here. I'm going. This is the article. I'm just showing the graphs because last time I took my presentation, I lost 3 or 4 slides. I don't know why. Lost in the sense that they didn't run. So I'm going only to see the graph to interpret what we have done. Okay. Here is its form of the tank, the full tank. And here is some considerations about the constructions of the filter. I'm not detailing. And here, in a first step, we can see easily that the velocity of consumption, it kept more or less constant. What they have done following it's to change all the details so the noise could be more intense, not so intense, etc. So they can and could discover the remaining things. For example, here it's a graph that it is important, the top of them. It's about the uncertainty. So, with the number of measures being larger, you notice that the number of inserters is much lesser. So, we can see that the gain of filter becomes almost zero. I have much more things, not for now. We have the next presentation. But before, I just need to, any doubts about this? No. Não queres uma pergunta? Não. É esquisito. So, okay. The next speaker is, I will try to pronounce correctly, Jun Ho Cho. Oh, just close mine. They have already there the close. It's here. You close the. No. But where have you put in the background? Ah, it's here. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to there.
Hello, I'm Jung Chu from Daejeon University in Republic of Korea. It is an honor to people from all over the world who are interested in CMSIM. I'll present my paper, a study on the maintenance of distributed learning model in time series prediction model. The contents are the same as you can see. What confuses us in time series analysis is whether the time series forecasting model maintains the distributed rank model. For example, differentiating, moving average, and seasonal adjustment can transform the distributed rank model of the time series. The distributed rank model, important rule in the causality between time series. Therefore, the difference in distributed rank model between the original time series and forecasted time series means that the causality may also change. So our study confirmed whether the ARIMA model and LSTM model, which are time series forecasting models, maintain the distributed length model. This is related study. Kim's research used Granger causality test and then forecasted time series for LSTM model. Second, Sun's research was to make the time series forecast with an ARIMA model and then to confirm the causal relationship between time series. Finally, research confirmed the causal relationship between time series and then predict used VEC, VAR, AR model. So these studies do not identify the causal relationship before and after forecasting. In the case of the ARIMA model, the Fox-Jenkins methodology was followed and the formulas of the ARIMA model are followed. The LSTM model analysis follows figure 2 architecture and the formula are followed. LSTM model forecasting applied, differentiating two time series and adopt 18% learning rate. Cross-correlation and Granger causality test were used to confirm the distributed length model before and after forecasting. Both techniques use the distributed length model to determine the causal relationship of the time series. So it is a good way to check the distributed length model when analyzing two or more time series. Cross-correlation identifies relationship by similarities overlap between time series. And cross-correlation formula is followed here. And Granger causality use a distributed length model to identify causal relationship. Granger causality formulas are followed here. This study used time series, the terror attack, and international oil price. The hypothesis of this study, even if the prediction model is applied to time series data, the distributed length model is maintained. The research method is as follows, a total 4 stages. I will talk about first research stage. When using ACF and PACF to check whether the time series have stationarity, it is showing figure 4. Looking at the figure 4, one might suspect that the two time series have strong trends, so may not be stationary. To know more accurately whether the time series are stationary, an ADF test should be performed. According to the ADF test result, the time series are not stationary. So first differentiation was applied to the time series to avoid spurious regression. As a result of cross-correlation, it was found that the terror attack time series affects international oil price in an 18-month cycle. Result of Granger causality test, when the causal direction was from terror attack to international oil price, there was causality in legs 24 and 13. Conversely, in the causal direction from international oil to terror attack, there was causality and leg of 18.4. This is second research stage. The ARIMA model analysis process was analyzed from parameter estimation because the identify model process was previously conducted in the first research stage. For the terror attack time series, the suitable model was ARIMA 011, 002, 12, and for the international oil price, ARIMA 012. AI, sigma squared, and L-Jung box test will use the criteria for selecting a suitable model. And the accuracy of each model was measured using the MAP and RMSE. This is the result of forecasting ARIMA model. As mentioned earlier, the LSTM model forecasting was set at learning rate of 18%, and the dropout of the terror attack time series was set 0.4, and international oil price was set 0.1. In addition, the first differentiation of the time series was applied to the model to improve the forecasting performance. This is a result of LSTM model forecast. I'll talk about the third research stage, confirming the stationarity of the time series forecasted by the ARIMA model and the LSTM model. It is confirming that there is a strong trend showing figure 10 and figure 11. As a result of the stationarity of the time series with the ADF test, it was confirmed that the time series predicted by the ARIMA model and the LSTM model were not stationary. Therefore, in checking the distributed length model of the time series with forecasting model applied, the study was conducted with a time series with a first differentiation applied. This figure is the first differentiation is applied the forecasting model. As a result of cross-correlation, the case of the ARIMA model was show the highest correlation of legs of -18 and -1, and the case of the LSTM model was show the highest correlation between legs of -20 and 0. Considering the result of cross-correlation in the first research stage, the ARIMA model high correlation at -18 and -1, so can cancel out the research hypothesis. According to the result of branch causality, case of the ARIMA model have causality at 48, 15.4, 16, 17.2, 18.4, and 19 in the causal direction of terror attack to international oil prices. Conversely, in the causal direction from international oil price to terror attack, there was causality at 6, 18, 24, 13, and 13.6. Case of the LSTM model, in the causal direction of terror attack to international oil prices, there is causality at 78 and 18.4. Conversely, in the causal direction from international oil to terror attack, there is causality at leg 102. The LSTM model has applied time series more observation than the original time series. The LSTM model is similar to the original Granger test results. So the LSTM model can support the research hypothesis. This study confirmed the time series forecasting model maintenance of the distributed length model. As a result of the study, the ARIMA model maintained the distributed length model in the cross-correlation, and the LSTM model maintained the distributed length model in the Granger causality. This is the research hypothesis that the time series forecasting model maintains the distributed length model. In future, we will devise methodology that can accurately observe the time series distributed length model and the method for the prediction model to maintain the distributed length model. Pending any question, this concludes my presentation. Thank you for attention.
Nice presentation. Any question? Tell me one thing. 11, please. Page 11, please. 11, 13. 11? 13.
야, 10. 아, 네.
Tell me, just to understand, when you compare these two graphs, which one of them is a traditional way, yes?
Yes.
And another one is by your method, yeah?
Yes. No. This is ARIMA model, and right is LSTM model.
Yes. because the graphs are similar, but not, there are significantly different points. So that's why I was looking, but it not tend to be the same situation, or it's same situation with different model. One parameter by your method, yes?
Yes.
Should have significance or not significance at the same time?
Because this is applied forecasting model. So I compare this.
Okay. Thank you. One question now. So let's thank.
Yes.
And thank also that participated. It's not much, it's not crowded, but we are here. Yes, thank you very much.
Excuse me, hold on, please take a camera in here, so.
All of the,
Yeah,
okay.
Yes.
Take a picture.
Yes. I will put here. Okay. Tira avançar aqui. Não, tu faz aqui. Tira aqui. Que assim não é para mais nada, não é? Tira todos. Tira. Não achas?
너도 와. 그냥 와. 너도 아빠한테 돈 주고.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to lunch.
You see?
It's good.
Good. You see?
Send to me after. Send to me.
I like this work.
Oh, really? Yeah. Thank you. So we have a lot of various models. That takes time. So we have to the same the animal model. 또 안 되는 거야. LST model in the cyber channel or cyber time. So we prove the same algorithm in the two models.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know. Tá bem, deve ser o bom. Mas eu gostei bastante. Olha lá, como é que isto se apaga tudo? Eu quero pôr isto. Não mexo?
Queres apagar o quê? Isto?
Não ia pôr.
Queres posso fazer delete?
O do meu podes.
You just want to...
Don't close.
No, I just want to delete.
Deve-te. Vou caixa polícia, está para aí, acho.
Vou pôr.
Onde é que está o caixa polícia? Não sei.
Está aberto. I have to close.
Yes.
Tens de fechar. E then tens
You
que ir à reciclagem.
suggestion. Put the computers in English, because after that you have much less work with us.
This one to delete.
Yes.
Mas tens que ir à reciclagem.
Eu sei, mas é depois.
Ali.
Está bem.
Don't understand Greek.
Which one is delete?
You don't
Delete.
delete.
Delete. Yes. Okay. Delete.
This one.
Good.
Go there.
Better. It's with.
And this one.
E o outro é qual?
Is this one. Deixa eu sei.
Esse é teu, não?
This one.
This one, delete.
Okay.
Yes.
It's gone.
Yes, that's my files.
Yes.
This one is
I
also
don't
yours?
know.
I don't know is.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's from here. I was robbing.
Amanhã pode ser virtual, né? Acho do hotel.
Não. Tell me one thing, the virtual sessions can be not here at the hotel. I can enter in my hotel and share the session.
Yes.
Okay,
But she's the chair. It's okay.
What?
I'm shared.
Share.
I'm shared.
Responsible person by the session.
The chair. Sorry, but I didn't understand the question. So
My question is, I need to be here to share the virtual session, or I can do that from my hotel?
okay, if you are the chair, of course, it's better that you are here.
That is virtual.
No,
do it also virtual.
But
I
if
can
it is
be at
with-
9 after,
No, because today is dinner. The gala dinner.
and she's saying that I don't want to stand up very early. I will be here.
Okay,
Claro, claro, eu não sabia.
may I take your idea?
Yes.
Teodoro.
Teodoro, it's easy, Teodoro.
Queres ver que esta porcaria? Ai, ao vivo. Ai, caramba. Eu não quero estar mudo. Caramba. Queres ver como, Tiago? Mais ações. Tela cheia. Opções de segurança. Queres ver que eu me enganei na hora, pá? Opa. Caraças, merda. Pois, olha a parvoíce. Olha a parvoíce. Portanto, se amanhã, se o que diz lá é 9 são 7, caso 8.
É da maneira como vivo, mas não estou despachada, vou para a casa de mamãe. Ai, que graças. Que chato. Isso é muito, mas quero estar assim. Tá bem. Vamos lá. Bora lá. Ora, aqui está. Esta cena está.
9.